Good morning and afternoon. We are live. We're live here on the Smart Money Culture TV network. You're watching on your TVs in Texas and Louisiana. We're on the Smart Money Culture. Can't get rid of me that fast. And joining from around the world on X, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and all the rest of those ones. Boy, I'll tell you what, the RNC last night was really something else, wasn't it? Trump was on point. Really, that guy is something else. He can talk. Just watching him, and even at his age, it's like nothing really I've ever watched before. He stands there and you can see him. He looks over at the teleprompter and then he looks at the audience and then he looks at the teleprompter and then he gives. I mean, the guy is good. The guy is good. He's great. He's the best I've ever seen by far. I think we can definitely all agree on that. Really was something else. Dana White was something else as well. Hulk Hogan, all of them. We'll play some of that in a bit. There's a lot going on this morning. Market's in a bit of a retrace as well. They're a lot going on. We have the Dogo launch at 9 a.m. Dogo is a new token on the Algorand network, and it is backed by Polk Gold. Polk Gold is backed by Algorand, and so this thing has a floor. I think it's going to go. Not financial advice and all that stuff, but yeah. And I'll let you guys know a little bit more about that. I think that's going to be. I think that could be very good. Could be very good for us. So that is interesting. We'll have the great Matt Dixon, of course, will join us with the charts, and we're going to look at that. As I mentioned, the markets are in a bit of a retrace. The Houthis hit Tel Aviv last night. Of course, the war drums are just beating Iran. The guys come out of the private briefing. And my parents are here. I'm doing a play, like I've mentioned a number of times. I'm doing another play with my kids, with my two daughters, and So anyway, mom and dad came to support, as parents do. My parents are good parents, but they're here, and they're just my mom. Of course, my dad's like me. Obviously, I'm a product of dad. So I see the world in a much broader sense than most people. So yeah, I see the whole picture. It kind of stinks, to be honest. To it'd be much easier not to. But actually, I think most people, you sit there, you say, okay, well, it's the whole thing. So the globalists want to go to war with Iran, and they wanted to go to war with Iran for over 30 years. They want war with Iran. And so behind the closed doors, they had the closed door briefing with, I guess, the FBI. And the FBI said, oh, well, this guy had four overseas accounts. And so they're saying this is definitely espionage or something. Or he was definitely backed by foreign agents is what they are. But of course, they're fingering Iran, and it just doesn't make any sense. You have Vanguard, which is George Soros, and you have Blackrock that are behind the Austin Private Wealth company that shorted the mess out of Donald J. Trump stock and Rumble. No one's talking about Rumble. So here's what happened with that, and it wasn't just them. The shorts by large firms like that, with BlackRock and everybody behind him, over the last 2 weeks have gone up more than they ever have before. Why would you do that when the guy is winning? When he's the runaway winner, why would you do that? So, I mean, the it's not pointing to Iran, folks. Okay, the long and short of it, it ain't pointing to Iran. Okay, so yeah. so Blackrock and Vanguard, they're I believe majority holders of this. So they're the ones behind this Austin Private Equity or Austin Private Wealth. The SEC just kind of strangely, I mean, like I enter in a big short, okay, and I want to change my filing or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that it would so easily just go away. And then I looked at the filings, and I'm a crypto guy, so I'm not that much into stocks. Crypto is just more fun, okay? And I have the initial filing right here. And this is and this went through on the June 30th. And so it's interesting. And I'll pull this back up in a minute. I'm going to take it down because it's interesting because all these big accounts, they got community noted. Well, this is wrong. They didn't enter the shorts on July 12th. They entered the shorts on July 30th. It just came up on the 12th, right before it was assassinated. Well, yeah, of course it did. I would have I guess the community note is going to sit there, which stinks for them because you get a 16 million view post on X, and that is community noted, and you lose the commission on that. And for a 16 million impression post or something, I mean, you're going to make, probably $1,500 or something like that on that post. So yeah, obviously the poster loses out on that commission as well. It's big money now with X. Elon's changed the game for everybody. So there's that part of it, but as well, like, how is that a community note? Like, of course, like that's the way it works, right? So like whatever. So anyway, the Donald J. Trump stock, and again, I wasn't planning on showing this, to be honest with you, but what I wanted to show everybody, because I'm not even sure. So Rumble here, whatever, Rumble. Okay, this is the one they changed. So share this tab instead. So here's what I wanted to show. They also shorted Rumble. So their story was 34 million shares of Rumble. See this right here? So so their official story that they put out, and SEC, I guess, totally went along with, was, oh my gosh, we didn't mean to short 12 million shares at like $30 a share or whatever they are. A ton of money. We didn't mean to short 12 million shares of Donald J. Trump stock. It was a mistake. We meant to short 12,000 shares. And the SEC let him change it. And that's why we didn't see a sell, or we didn't see any, because people were looking at this and they're like, well, like, so there it was, but then what happened? So they amended the filing. The SEC allowed them to amend the filing and go on with that story. Very strange. It points to a conspiracy. Like, I'm not a stock guy per se. We look at the stocks. We analyze the stocks. I'm not I like crypto to trade as well as different other things like derivatives of different markets, oils, things like that. But anyway, but then there's no mention of the Rumble stock. So there's Rumble. 34 million shares are shorted. Rumble. And then here is the amended filing. So this is the amended filing. And there's no Rumble. There's no Rumble at all. So, like, there's no Rumble. I don't know. Can you see my search tab? I guess you can't see my search tab. I have a search. I'm doing a search now for Rumble. I'll go just over here and anyway, R LMNOP QR. Here we are. I'll just make this big so everybody can see there's no Rumble there. We have Rivian and RTX. So this is worse than stinks from high heaven, guys. This is like, it's not even why. I mean, you have to ask why, but like, they shorted Rumble and Donald J. Trump millions and millions of dollars, millions of shares, I should say. I don't know how much the Rumble thing is these days. I don't want to give you community noted. I don't want to be community noted. And then like we're all just supposed to sit there and that's why I kind of brought up my mom. My mom's like, we'll never know. They'll never tell us. And it's like ridiculous, guys. Like we have to stop accepting that. We have to stop accepting it. And I'm going to put these two filings right underneath my post on X. Let me just do that right now. All right, well, I'll do that in a minute as I bring Matt on. I'm about to bring Matt on, so I'll post those underneath my X account in just a minute. It stinks to, and it doesn't just stink to high heavens, guys. We can't accept this. If we accept this, then our kids don't have a future at all. Like it is over. It's over. Let me just pop this up here. I'm going to show a post I put out yesterday. While I'm doing it, just going to talk about our friends at Coin Vigilante, Coin Vigilante watch. This is the watch that I use. Coin Vigilante watches. Just while I'm on the page here. Coin Vigilante. Use code Impact Money. Okay. Coin Vigilante watches. Beautiful, beautiful timepieces. American made. Look at that Bitcoin. These are limited edition. Support the people that support us. Free speech and all that stuff. And the monetary revolution. Of course, Trump is the first Bitcoin president. Trump is the first Bitcoin president. Coin Vigilante watches. Go to coinvigilante.com and you can see that here. Okay, here we go. I said President Trump is the first Bitcoin president. Coin Vigilante watches are quality American-made timepieces inspired by the monetary revolution. So make sure you check them out. Okay. Whoever thought that President Trump was part of the monetary revolution? Great speech last night. I did play that. Oh, okay. Shoot. Here's what I wanted to show. Oops. Okay, I can't type this way. Okay. Here it is. I said, look, they won't miss next time. If we let them take out Trump like JFK, they will come for us. Who was supposed to cover the roof that didn't show up for work? So that's the official story. Some guy didn't show up for work that was supposed to cover the roof. Who is it? Why didn't he show up for work? Why hasn't the Social Security, the Secret Service had been fired? A total horrible job. Person should be absolutely fired immediately. Why did the SEC accept Austin Private Wealth's claim of an accidental massive short on Donald J. Trump stock? And I don't know. We don't even know if that was what was the excuse for Rumble. Rumble, they just took off completely. What's the excuse? And then this graphic here, and then I'm going to bring Matt on, but this graphic shows how close this bullet came.
Happened to our country, probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look what happened.
Go off of here. Right here. Look at it. Look how close this is. And guys, just like JFK, it looks like there were multiple shooters. I mean, we can't accept not getting to the bottom of it. We can't accept it. All right, let's bring on Matt. Let's talk about the markets here. The great Matt Dixon. Sir Matt, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Bruce. Very well, thank you. Yeah,
Good morning.
It's amazing. There's definitely control at a higher level, and
Yes.
clearly, if you extend that, that it was missed for a reason. I'm not saying at what level, but that the miss was for a reason. So there's a lot.
Well, you saw him tilt his head, right? I mean, I know the guys. There's a whole group, and I see them, and they're like, "Oh, it was staged. They missed him on purpose." I mean, if you watch, I have another video of it, and if you watch, he tilted his head, and that's what that's what saved him. Let me see here. I have it right here. RFK. I can just show it very quickly. It's right underneath this post. Watch this. Let me add this to. Oops. Hold on, I got it right here.
What happened?
So he looked up at the graphic.
Take a look.
I had him lined up.
What happened?
And he was looking up at the chart, talking about the immigration coming into the country.
Take a
Crazy.
look. What happened?
So I think that I see the people talking about they missed on purpose and everything like that. I don't buy it. I mean, that if he didn't tilt his head or something, then I would say okay, fine, maybe. But I mean, it's pretty clear. I don't know. Anyway, people are for the rest of time they're going to talk about that.
Yeah, really, there's powerful people at work, as you said. All the evidence, the circumstantial evidence. There are powerful people behind this.
Yes, somewhere. This is clear.
As they say,
whether they missed him on purpose or not, which I don't think they did, but there are powerful people behind it.
Yeah.
And dangerous people.
Yeah. Anyway, back to stuff that I understand a little bit better, the financial markets. So I'll just jump straight in and share my screen. So hopefully you can see the chart we're starting with. The dollar.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah. DXY.
Yeah, quite amazing that, it just shows that there is some control at a higher level, really, because, I'll just move this. We measured this from the very top of the wave there down to the bottom of the wave, there or thereabouts. That's slightly above. Yeah. So from the top to the bottom of that wave, so from there to there, that's top to bottom, we just transpose it to the next wave there. And you can see that within a penny, it gave us the exact bottom there, which we have now labeled as support. So that is absolutely precise and exact. It covers from mid-May to today. So over a couple of months period, and yet the prices are exact. So this movement down here was exactly replicated by this movement down here. We called that support. There have been 3 tests of support here. We can see 1, 2, 3 tests of support, and then it bounced higher. So this, again, is absolute precision in the financial markets. It's not random. It's not chaotic. There is precision here. And it tells us that there is... there are forces at play here, maybe bigger people at play managing these markets, I think, because it's just, beyond reason to think that these markets will correct to precise Fibonacci levels. And we can tell months in advance. I mean, we showed that even a couple of years in advance, I think, on Ethereum, we could predict the price. And again, here, this is just 2 months in advance, and we predict to a penny the turning point. So, it's not 100% science. I'm sure there is 100% science behind it. We can't follow it all, but it actually gives us good, strong probabilities for trading. So this showed dollar index rising from this support level, and that's the precise point. We got the crypto and risk assets falling. So I just jump into SPX, for example, here. So bear in mind, we've got the dollar index basically was rising. So I just flip back to that just to remind us once more. Dollar index here rising there from that support line. And at the same time, we had SPX falling. So you can see the inverse correlation there. So if we've got an idea of where the dollar's going, then we should have a good idea of where risk assets are going. And there's a lot of information that helps us understand where the dollar's going. And there's people that know where the dollar's likely going. So for example, Jerome Powell, the Fed, they should know very well because they actually issue the rules, regulations, data points, interest rates, whatever. They're the ones that issue them. They actually get sight of all the information before we do. So they know in advance what's happening. So, you know, if you can determine where the dollar's going, you've got a very good idea, a much better chance of determining and making profit on your risk asset trades. And again, even on the S&P 500 here, we can see we showed on dollar index there's a perfect, on a longer time scale than this, over a couple of months, we showed an ABC down. So here on a short time frame, this is just over the past less than a week, just past few days, we can see an ABC down. Now, it's not absolutely precise in this case, but we can see the C wave almost equal to the A wave, and that's fairly typical of an ABC correction. C wave tends to equality with the A wave. So following that, we've got a good risk reward area. We can put buy orders in with stop losses just below. So the loss is 1 unit, the gain is 10 units, 10 to 1 risk reward, plus the actual chances of it moving in that direction are higher as well. So that would potentially be a good trade to look at. Do some other DD before you jump into anything, but it's
due diligence.
Absolutely, due diligence. So then we're expecting another move higher, an impulsive move higher. That would take the S&P 500 to new all-time highs once again. So it does appear that the market is still, you know, in a powerful trending mode to the upside, and all these corrections are just potential buying opportunities. And we see the very same thing. We'll look at Bitcoin. Lots of wonderful indications here to help us with our trading. So again, we had this long-term channel, support channel over a long time, been rising in this this ascending parallel channel. I won't go right back to start, but basically the price of Bitcoin has been hitting the bottom and hitting the top, staying within this channel here that we have bounded by the blue line, descending channel. So we hit the bottom of the channel, and you would expect that to be a potential buy area. But on top of that, we had this regular bullish divergence where we got basically lower lows on price and higher lows on RSI. That was telling us that's regular bullish divergence, telling you of a reversal in price, and it reversed on cue at the support line of the parallel channel and moved up nicely there. And then we had a wave 1 up, which is made up of 5 waves. It's a leading diagonal, so there's overlap is allowed in this case. It's not normally allowed, but a leading diagonal is one special exception to that. So we had a wave 1 higher, wave 2 down. Then just look at that. We measured wave 1, we transposed to wave 2, exactly 1.618 gave us the top of wave 3. So once again, the market is not random or chaotic. Wave 3 is expected to be the impulsive wave, the extended wave, and it normally extends to minimum 1.618 times wave 1. And that is precisely what happened. Now we're getting choppy movement down in a wave 4 where we are getting overlap. So for example, we've got a movement down, movement up, movement down, and this movement up overlaps the movement down here. So it's choppy. So we don't know for sure whether it's completely over. We know that according to Elliot wave rules, it can't get into the territory of wave 1, but it looks choppy. It looks like a wave 4. It's also, there's a rule of alternation. It has a different waveform to wave 2 here. Wave 4 is more drawn out than wave 2, and that's very, very typical. And so if we looked at a shorter time frame, we'd actually see a different waveform in wave 2 to wave 4, which is, again, an Elliott wave guideline, which isn't an absolute rule, but it's a general guideline, which is nearly always true. Then following wave 4, we'd expect a wave 5 impulse to the upside. And that should make up a larger wave 1 at a larger time frame. Then we get a wave 2 pullback, then wave 3, massive wave 3 impulse to the upside. So all in all, if you'd use these technical indicators to get in around these levels, you can now protect them. And I think there's much, much higher to go for Bitcoin, back to new all-time highs. Probably minimum next target for me would be probably 84,000, which is 20,000 above where we are now. which
Big
is
move.
around about 30%. Really nice move to the upside. Now we've got important news coming probably on Tuesday. It looks as though there's going to be the launch of the Ethereum ETF. So we have the SEC approval. The launch of the first Ethereum ETF should be next Tuesday. Really low charges. It should be a very attractive. So I've always been a little bit against, going into ETFs because I couldn't understand why you go into an ETF when you pay charges. But when the charges are so low and you have a custodian, you have some sort of investor protection, it does kind of make sense. But the only thing I'm concerned about is I have noticed that Bitcoin purchases are at an all-time low, and I think it's a multi-year low for retailers on Bitcoin. So all the money that's flooding in right now is institutional. Now, admittedly, that could be retailers buying into the ETF, which is effectively an institutional buying. So maybe that's the reason for it. So maybe retailers are preferring to go the authorized regulated route through the ETF. That's a real possibility. But again, a bit like Bitcoin, we can see with Ethereum that we're once again in a consolidation. This is what's called a continuation pattern. So once again, we had wave 1 up, 2 down, 3 up. We seem to be in some kind of choppy wave 4, all together overlapping, some kind of triangle. This is called basically, it's effectively a bull flag. You're expecting it to break higher after this. So the flag is sort of waving in the wind to the side after the flagpole here. And then you'd expect a further push to the upside, which is indicated by this big red arrow. So we can't say for sure whether that's the absolute bottom, but we can see that price has tested a few times and not broken lower. So the bottom should be around this sort of area, and I think we've got good upside to come. So again, from a risk-reward perspective, we're looking at a multiple, even if it's only 5 to 1 in your favor. 5 to 1 is really good, a very, very good potential trade to have. So if XRP, we mentioned there's probably good reason for the pullback in XRP, that news came out that the SEC are nowhere near. In fact, they've no idea when a ruling might come from the SEC on XRP. And so after that amazing run that we had, which actually appears to be in 5 waves, so we can see from the bottom here, impulsive wave 1 up, wave 2 correction. And if we look at that correction, I'll just focus in on the correction a little bit, just to see what it retraced to. Okay, it retraced beyond 61.8. It normally retraces to round about 61.8% of the previous wave. So, but it's a nice correction, typical of a wave 2 correction in an ABC form there. So it's probably a zigzag 535 correction. Then we got a wave 3 up here, which was extended, then a wave 4 correction, then a wave 5. Now we're probably getting some kind of ABC correction to the downside before we should get more upside movement on XRP. So that's looking really promising. So again, they're all lining up again. They're all there's perfect confluence between these cryptos, and there is a lot of correlation between them. Here, once again, Litecoin is performing really, really well. So again, we've had a wave 1 up. You can see it's impulsive again. Lots of green candles, virtually no pullback. There is no overlap. So that's a typical wave 1. Then we get a wave 2, which is an ABC wave 2 down, and then we're getting wave 3. Now, wave 3 here, wave 3 should always be a minimum of 1.618 times wave 1. Very often it's exactly 1.618, or if it goes beyond that, it often takes you to the 2.618, which would then be up here, or the next one, probably 4.236. So these are regular Fibonacci numbers that traders recognize that are potentials for price to go to. So here, again, we have a perfect wave 3, which just surpassed, just tagged with a couple of shadows here, a couple of candle wicks above. But the candle bodies were restricted by this 1.618 price level, Fibonacci extension. So we've got wave 1, 2, 3, wave 4 to the downside. Then we still expect a wave 5 indicated by this arrow to the upside. So again, they're actually all in tune. Really, it's really good when you see that. They're all in tune. So we've got this all in wave 4 consolidations with perfect overlap, and then expecting a 5th wave higher. So these are good risk reward opportunities to trade that 5th wave, and you will want to protect it, because remember, following a 5th wave, that makes up a larger wave 1, or in a worst case scenario, wave A. Either way, you would expect a pullback. If it's wave 1, you'd expect a wave 2 pullback. If it's a wave A, you expect a wave B pullback. So either way, after this next wave high, you'd expect some pullback on the market. So that's why when you get into profit on this trade, you will protect it and look for a regular sort of, I mean, normally wave 5 very often equals wave 1. So that would be my profit target. I just measure this wave 1, which actually I've done here. I put it onto the, assuming wave 4 is finished there. So you can see my target is about where the arrow goes to. So the short-term target on Litecoin would be about $78. Now, obviously no guarantees. This is just the most likely probability is wave 5 equals wave 1. So that I put my take profit somewhere just below that, but I protect as soon as I get into profit. If I'm entering a trade here, as soon as I get into reasonable profit, I'll protect even if it's $1. Then no matter what happens to the price, I know I'm not going to lose money. I'll take $1. I won't even pay for a coffee, but at least I haven't lost money. So then I would protect it, and I'd probably use a trailing stop to the upside. I might even take profit before we get to 100% here, but that's a kind of good target. So bearing in mind we're at $70 at the bottom here, and my target is 78, then we're talking about more than 10% profit on a trade. And that will probably, you would expect that to happen in really just a few days. So talking about 10% in a few days, if you can do that a few times on a regular basis, you have a really good business on your hands. But you must remember the risk reward strategy that you need to manage the risk. That is the most important thing you will ever do with trading of anything really, is manage your risk reward appropriately. Just looking around at a couple of others that we have been looking at recently. We've done SPX. SHIB is still in some form of correction. Interestingly, it's actually overlapped this move up here. So that's giving me a little cause for concern with SHIB, because we've got potentially ABC higher, or it can be the bullish alternative is it's 1, 2, and then 1, 2, and then you get 3, 4, 5 to the upside. So it's just cause for concern. You need to be cautious when you see this overlap, that potentially this may be just a correction to the upside. We may have more downside to come. Not saying it's definite, but you need to take these clues into account when you're looking. Now, we've had a bit of a reasonable pullback on gold. And again, that's probably due to decreased inflation expectations for the time being. We didn't quite reach our target for the upside. I still think that we're most likely just in a bit of a correction. I still think there's probably higher to go with gold, probably a lot higher to go with gold, because this is only a wave 3 I'm expecting to the upside. We'd expect then a wave 4 and a wave 5. So I actually expect quite a lot higher to come on gold. But this move down is probably due to, we know that Fed Chair Powell came out with decreased or probably increased, I should say, expectations of an interest rate reduction coming. And the odds are now, I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday, 81% chance that there's going to be a reduction by September. So that now means that we've got the chances are we are going to see the first rate reduction before September. That is going to be positive for risk assets, but it might be short term, a little bit negative for gold, because gold is that hedge against inflation. And if we are beginning to see inflation falling off, which we are, then maybe gold will fall off just a little bit. But I actually think inflation will probably rear its ugly head yet again in the future. And that will be more reason to hold gold within your portfolio. It should always be part of a well-diversified portfolio, because you want to diversify risk. And if there is a risk of inflation, which of course there is, especially if more money printing comes, then that would probably cause even more inflation. And so that would probably push gold even more to the upside.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah. So, so obviously there's all sorts of other ones we can look at, but I think that's the main ones. I always like to just touch on Solana as well, because it's, always been one of my favorites. Well, I say always, for quite a long time now, because it tends to move up really aggressively when the markets go up. We may be Maybe undergoing a bit of a correction. There's a bit of choppiness around here, but I still think there's a lot more upside to come. So this is potentially wave 4 was complete here, or we could have basically, let me just see, I need to open this out a little bit further, to be honest, to see where we're at with it. Yeah, so I mean, we could have been complete here. So the wave 4 there could have been complete there, and then this was a wave 5 down to here. That's what I got there, question marked, in fact. So that would be, well, I need to remove these, probably confusing, but basically potentially wave 5 complete. So we've probably started on the upside. We're in a corrective wave 4 at the moment, so we're probably going to get another impulse to the upside soon, wave 5. So again, it does fit with the overall picture of bullishness for the markets. And I think we'll just touch on ICP, if I can just find where I put that before we go. So ICP, again, we can see some kind of corrective pullback. And pullback, so we've got here wave 1, wave 2, wave 3. And if we measured that, it's always worth looking at the Fibonacci relationships here just to see whether there is any.
What are we at right now?
The price
on
right
ICP
now is 9.49.
Yeah,
that's the current price.
I mean, I love ICP. What a move, man! This one's like XRP. It's different, but when it moves too.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it came from so much higher levels in the past, so there's potential. But actually, it's one of those projects which is very well funded. Development is really good. They've got an amazing community. So yeah, I do think that XRP potentially has a long way to go. The extension here for what's potentially wave 3. So if this was wave 1 up, 2 down, 3 up, potentially. Yeah. So interestingly, what I do is I measure the number of waves within a move. Now I can see here we've got basically wave from this bottom here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 is actually impulsive. It's an impulsive count. So potentially this is now corrected to the downside. So we would expect further movement to the upside again. These are all little things that you pick up over the time. 3 waves is corrective, 7 waves is corrective, 5 and 9 waves are impulsive. So you just get to learn these things, and just you can just almost see them by looking at the chart when you've done it for long enough. So Bitcoin does appear to be moving out of this consolidation. I am hoping that we're going to break out of the consolidation, all of those risk assets soon. So if that is the case, then this movement up on dollar index will soon reverse. So I do actually expect that whilst this has been solid support because it was 100%, I think this support should break as we start to see more weakness on the dollar and basically an expectation of more interest rate reductions. So we will have in coming days and weeks more news coming out. PCE news, I think, is the next inflation news to come out. If we see that dropping, and as I said, independent measures like Trueflation are actually probably better measures of inflation. They're saying that we're already below the 2% target for the Fed. If that's the case, then they really should be lowering interest rates already, which is why the markets are actually reacting quite well. I mean, bear in mind, we're within touching distance of all-time high. We had a massive run the other day on the Dow, didn't we? Massive run to the all-time high on the Dow. So these risk assets are still pumping hard, and that's in expectation that we're going to see lower interest rates and that we may even see more money printing if needs be in the future. But the downside to that is a bit further down the line, that would once again cause runaway inflation. So it's not an answer. It's just a remedy or a sticking plaster. It's not a proper remedy. It just covers the wound, as it were, doesn't fix the underlying problem. So this money printing, as we're always saying, is not it's not good for us. And that's why we're interested in crypto, particularly Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a store of value. It is digital gold. There's a limited supply, and that's why the price has gone in the past couple of years now, 2-3 years, well, just 2.5 years. It's gone from 15,000 at the FTX crisis to 64,000 now. So that's 4x. Absolutely amazing returns. You don't see that in other assets. And the thing is, because Bitcoin is limited supply, then the potential is that it can go much, much higher. And as we said before in shows a long, long time ago, there have been predictions for Bitcoin to go to the millions of dollars. And that's a possibility when you think that the institutions are beginning to absorb more and more Bitcoin. Yes, retailers are kind of coming out of the equation, but maybe they're buying through the ETFs. But with the institutions mopping up more and more Bitcoin, when there is only a limited amount of Bitcoin available, then supply and demand just tells you that it needs to go higher if anyone else wants to buy into this store of value. I mean, gold actually now has a lower stock to flow ratio. So basically, the amount of gold mined to the amount of gold that's already there is now basically a higher ratio. So you're actually mining more gold for the amount of gold that's in existence than there is to Bitcoin being mined. So Bitcoin, for a store of value on that basis, is actually a better store of value now than gold. And people find that hard to get their head around, but that's just a fact, and it's why the institutions getting involved. So institutions know what the situation is with the money printing, with the continued inflation, and we've seen inflation, from the history of money, basically. They just print more and more and more of it. So this is why Bitcoin has gone from just a few cents only about 14 years ago now to $64,000 per coin. And as I say, potential to go to $1 million. Who knows?
It's big. It's big. And people don't get their head around it. I was explaining to a guy the other day, I do it all the time. We do it all the time. It is. It's currently impossible to counterfeit it. It's impossible to make more of it. It's there's no way to change rates and everything like this. It is something new to the world. And it is very, very valuable, and you can send it anywhere very quickly.
And Bitcoin is a real store of value, and there's other cryptocurrencies that have real value. We can contrast that to meme coins, which meme coins are basically a zero-sum game. So some people win and an equivalent number of people lose. So if some people can make a lot of money, and you can effectively, it's a pure gamble when you go into a meme coin, when it's purely a meme.
For the most of now, this Dogo one that's launching today is actually backed. They locked 10% of the total supply of Polka gold into the liquidity at launch. So at launch, it's going to have a market cap of couple $100,000 or something like this. And if you have something like that, and I haven't seen another meme coin do that, then that's interesting. But in general, yes, meme coins is a total gamble.
Basically, all you're relying on
getting's good.
Yeah, all you're relying on is more people buying and selling. And when you get more sellers and buyers, the price will go down. I know that's the same with other assets, but actually other assets do have something real behind them, a real use case. But memes have nothing. They're just basically all about marketing. And when that marketing drops off and you get sales, then there's people going to be left in. So it's just buyers and sellers. It's just that balance with nothing substantial in place. So that's why if you're going to trade cryptocurrency and look for some underlying value, then that's why we're only getting regulated ETFs with the solid ones that have real store of value, like at the moment, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and others may come into it. I'm told the next one after Ethereum may well be Solana. And for me, again, Solana has such tremendous potential. If it were to become an ETF and you get institutions investing, then the sky's the limit for Solana. We could see $1,000 Solana quite easily.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure. $1,000 Solana. What do you think? $1,000 XRP? I'm just joking.
Yeah, XRP. Yeah, again, you just never know. I mean, XRP is the one that I actually don't like to trade it much because it's one that is the most least predictable of all. But it's one I'm afraid of because when you ignore it, and especially when you get bored of it, it's the one that just takes off. So the other day,
I agree. I didn't trade it for years because I kept getting bit, and then I did a few good trades on it, and now I just, if I do trade it, I just know what I'm dealing with. It's hard to trade.
Yeah, I mean, there is potential certainly for much higher. And in the past, what did it go to? I think it's $3 or something, was it? I can't remember.
Yeah, it went up there, man. It was something else.
Yeah. I'm just checking now.
I did catch like when it went down to like 17 cents or 20 cents or something like that. I did catch that a couple of years ago. That was a nice move.
Yeah, actually, I've got here on this chart, and there may be others, but on this chart it says $1.96. I think previously it potentially went higher than that, but even $1.96 from where it is, no reason to say it wouldn't go to that again. And it's one of those that does seem to have a real use case, although there's a bit of confusion between XRP and Ripple and the Ripple company and so on. So that would all need to be unraveled by the SEC, I guess. And that's probably part of what the SEC thing is all about, the dispute there.
Awesome.
Fantastic. So all in all, we're just on a correction at the moment. As you know, I always like to summarize. I think we're heading for another fifth wave rally to the upside. So I'm bullish. I'm looking to DCA, dollar cost average, with appropriate risk reward and having done my own due diligence. But overall, things are looking positive. So looking forward to a nice weekend.
Amazing. Well, yes, enjoy your weekend. And I see the last chart here is Doggy coin, the Doge coin up 65x, the original meme coin.
Yes.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, phenomenal. Yeah. And this actually is beginning to look like a bullish candle. It's monthly candle. So as we approach the end of the month, it'll be very interesting just to see what this candle ends up as. And especially if we were to end up with green at the top of that instead of red at the moment. So if price goes a bit higher and it turns into green, and that's a very bullish candlestick signal, telling us potentially a lot more upside to come, and potentially to new highs above this local high, which was at 22 cents. Bearing in mind we're at just 10 cents right now. You're looking at potentially 100% there. But I would wait ideally to see if this turns out to be a green candle by the end of the month. So trading on a long-term basis, these are monthly candles. There's potential to double your money. But obviously you manage your risk reward and take into account everything comes with risk, and you just got to assess that risk properly to decide whether it's the right trade for you.
Awesome.
Yeah, great. So thank you again. Hope you have a great weekend, Bruce and Impact Money viewers. Been a pleasure, and look forward to catching up on Monday.
You too, brother. We will talk soon, and I'll see you on Monday.
Great.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too. Bye for now.
Cheers. So the markets are always so interesting, and they are, it tells a story, right? And when we chart things like that, so what we use is a lot of what we use is the Elliot wave theory. And when he talks about the different waves and the chart counts and this and that and the other, you can follow along and use your risk reward and put your targets in. And if you follow along, and it's not financial advice or anything like that, but only 5% of the people win in trading. Okay, 95% of everybody loses in trading. So if you follow along though with the signals that we put out here, and don't go crazy, because markets are emotional because people are emotional. Okay, don't go all in on some risky thing or make some funny business and think everything and try to go for the big win, because that's a lot of what kills you. Try to go for the big win, and then always protect your capital. Protect your capital, and that was one of the things that Matt mentioned a number of times today. You always protect your capital. Even if I'm only going to make $1, he said, I can't even buy a coffee with $1, but even if I'm only going to make $1, I put that stop loss in there and I make sure that I don't lose the capital. And so that's very important stuff while you're trading. So moving along here, we do have a lot to cover today. Of course, I did mention that we have this Dogo launch. It is coming up. Dogo is first of all, Polka Gold, which I've talked about a number of times. Polka Gold is an asset. Look at that. All right, sorry. Yeah, I'm long on Polka Gold. I'm like, wait, is that really the chart? Yes, it is. Let me share this with you. So this is Polka Gold. I've been talking about Polka Gold is up Nearly 50% since we started covering it here on this show. Now, there's a number of interesting things about Polka Gold, and this is why I keep talking to you about it. Protect your capital and all that other stuff, right? So what they did with Polka Gold is the founders are anonymous, but they're Polkadot and Algorand whales, and they wanted to bridge those communities together. And so what they did was they built this, and they built it on Algorand, and they stuck a bunch of liquidity, a bunch of Algorand into the DEX, and then all of the Polka Gold coins on there. So the only way you could get them, there were no team tokens, anything like that. The only way that you could get any of the Polka Gold was to buy them. And so the market had to go up. It had to go up. It's the only way it could go. You can't sell any tokens that you don't have, and you can't get any unless you buy them. And so it was a pretty interesting way to do it. Of course, some of us are kind of used to the same type of thing. Of course, with Bitcoin, that's what Bitcoin was. You couldn't get Bitcoin unless you mined them or you bought them. And this is a similar situation. So what they're doing with the Dogo launch is very similar. And actually, since it's the community coin and they have their the guys are anonymous and everything. They went to the community. They want to launch this meme coin. Okay, they have the meetings, all the things you do in a decentralized, autonomous, or a decentralized company or coin like this. And they decided, okay, and the community members put up 10% of the total supply of Polka Gold, and they locked it. Which, remember, Polka Gold is already backed by all the Algorand that's locked, okay? So then they locked up 10% of the total supply. It was given by the community into the liquidity. It's about $120,000. I guess it would be more like $150 right now. There's about $150,000 that's locked up in this liquidity pool for the launch of Dogo. I'm going to put this back up here. For the launch of Dogo. Look at that move. Let's see here on the month. Yeah, 30% on the month. 27% on the 7-day. That is a nice move. So the only way that you can participate in this Dogo launch is to get some Polka Gold first. Dogo.tech. Okay, and this is a meme coin, but again, I have not, and you know me, I do this. This is what I do, and I have not seen a launch of a meme coin, of one of these fun coins with like this, with the lock liquidity and everything else. So again, not financial advice and all that stuff. We should have a situation where it can only go up. There's no Dogo that has been given to the team. There's no other Dogo. Everybody has to buy it. Even the guys that put in the Polka Gold in order to set up the initial liquidity pools that are locked. Okay, they can't get it back. That's locked. Those guys also have to buy Dogo just like everybody else. And so this is a pretty interesting situation, guys. I mean, this is interesting. It is interesting. So in order to get Dogo, you have to have Polka Gold. But let me just run you through here. The meme frog is business savvy, okay? And they have, obviously it's a really nice setup. Welcome to Dogo. Welcome to the wide world of Dogo, where memes meet the blockchain and the fun meets finance. Dogo isn't just any meme frog. He's witty, business savvy, amphibian, ready to leap into the future of digital currency, powered by Polka Gold liquidity and built on the cutting-edge Algorand blockchain. Dogo is the ultimate fusion of humor and high-tech innovation. Why Dogo? It says, our mission is to make crypto accessible, fun, fair for everyone. We aim to break barriers, spread smiles, and build a thriving community. Dive into the world of Dogo, where fun meets finance and memes collide with the blockchain. El Dogo isn't just any meme frog. He's a savvy amphibian, hopping into the future of digital currency, powered by Polka Gold liquidity, blah, 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 on and on and on. You can go. This is Dogo.tech. I want to play what I want to play. Meet the team. They have, El Dogo, the Suave. They have Dogo, the Tech. They have, hold on here. Let me just look. They have I'm sorry. I'm just trying to, because I didn't make a note. 55. Okay. Dogo the digger, Dogo the P gold collector, and I can run through these a little bit later, but I won't right now. Dogo the staker, stake the P gold, buy Dogo, eat steak dinner. You know, I mean, it's just like and guys, again, it's not financial advice. These are highly speculative markets, all that stuff. I get paid to do this stuff. Okay. All the stuff I'm supposed to say. You have been warned. You have been warned. But the liquidity is locked. And so at 9 a.m., I will be just like probably, I don't know, hundreds or thousands of other people, click, trying to make sure that I get some Dogo. I'm going to play a video on what you need to do. This is from our friend over at Next Block. And then he's going to tell you how you can get, how you can do it, because it can be a little tricky to do this stuff, right? Especially if you don't know how to do it. Let's see here. Next, actually, I can just go to P Gold Tweeter. My favorite. P. Okay. All right. That's annoying. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to play this for you real quick. Oops. That's my man, Thomas Massey. That's okay. Now I'm back on Twitter. Let's see here. P Gold Official is the Polka Gold website, and everybody's super excited. So we're about 2 hours right now from launch. Actually, one of the biggest meme launches. It's one of the biggest meme launches I've ever seen. Actually, one of the biggest meme launches across any change in terms of initial liquidity, including DOT, SOL, and AVAX. Dogo fam, let's go. I'll give that a repost. Important. Today's Dogo launch just got bigger. A late donation has increased the burning liquidity upon launch to 976 people, approximately 135 of initial liquidity. This will by far be the biggest initial meme launch on Algo. Dogo is 5 to 5. All right, top trending coin. Yeah, I mean, we're moving here, guys. We are moving. We are moving. All right, I want to play this video real quick. I'm just reposting everybody here. Shameless. Obviously, as you guys know, I am long. So, all right, I'm going to play this. This is from our friend over at Next Block. Boom, boom. And this tells you how to get it real quick. So I'm going to play this.
Community. And on this video, I'll show you how to prepare for the D-Algo launch. An important detail is that the initial liquidity pool will be in P-Gold/D-Algo. In order to participate in the launch, you'll need to have the P-Gold asset, and you'll need to opt in to D-Algo in your Para wallet or D-Fly wallet. D-Algo will also be available on Vestige and Tiny Man exchanges. Now I'll show you how to opt in and trade using Para wallet. So once you have your Para wallet set up and it is loaded with Algo, you're ready to opt in. So we'll start by going to our wallet, clicking the plus symbol. Then we'll find the asset we want to opt into, which is D-Algo. And then click here. And you see, before interacting with an asset, you must opt into it from your account. This prevents unauthorized assets from being sent to you. So we're going to approve this here. You have successfully opted in to D-Algo. So the next thing we're going to do is swap in Para wallet for Polka Gold. So we're going to click swap, choose our asset, Polka Gold. We're going to swap 50 Algo. Confirm swap. So we have now completed the swap using Paraswap. The next thing we're going to do is swap for Polka Gold using Vestige. So we're going to click Discover, go to Browser. And I've already saved Vestige on my favorites, but make sure you check the website. click vestige. And we're going to connect our wallet. It's going to access the sign in, connect, and it will sign the transaction. All right, we are now signed in. We'll click the button over here and click swap. And then we'll find Polka Gold. And then we'll trade for 50 P Gold. Confirm all. We have just swapped for 50 P Gold using vestige. Then the next thing we're going to do is swap for P Gold using Tinyman. And again, I have saved Tinyman on my favorites. We would then click Tinyman. We'll connect our wallet. We would then add the Polka Gold asset, and then we'll swap for 50 Polka Gold. Confirm. Confirm all. The swap is completed. We have just swapped for Polka Gold using Tinyman. I just showed you how to use Parawallet to opt in, swap in app, and trade on vestige and Tinyman for Polka Gold. Next, I'm going to show you how to do the same on DFly Wallet. So once you have your DFly wallet set up and loaded with Algo, you can now opt in to D-Algo. So first thing you have to do is click the More button. Click More plus Asset, then we'll search for D-Algo. It's at the bottom. We're now opted in to D-Algo. So the next thing we're going to do is swap our Algo for Polka Gold. So we're going to click swap at the bottom and then swap 50 Algo for our P Gold. Swap, swipe to confirm. The swap was successful. So the next thing we're going to do is go to vestige and swap for P Gold there. So we're going to click discover, click vestige. We're going to connect our wallet. We're then going to click swap, search for P Gold. I'm going to trade 50 Algo for P Gold. Buy P Gold. Confirm. Swap was successful. The final thing we're going to do here is go to Tinyman and swap for P Gold. Go back to discover, click Tinyman in our favorites. We're going to connect our DFly wallet. Launch. Connect. And we're going to search for P Gold. And then we'll swap 50 Algo for P Gold. Swap. Confirm. Confirm. We have successfully swapped Algo for P Gold using Tinyman. All right, I just showed you how to use DFly to opt in to D-Algo, trade in wallet, and also trade on vestige and Tinyman for P Gold. You are now ready to participate in the upcoming D-Algo launch. Remember, you need P Gold to participate. See you then.
There you have it, folks. I'm pretty excited about it. I'm not gonna lie. Meme coins are fun. They can be highly explosive movements upwards, and then there's a lot that can go on with that. So, okay, that is P Gold, and we'll talk more about that. I'm sorry, Dogo. It's Dogo. So. Now, if you want to store your coins, then what you want to do is get some safe storage, right? You want safe storage. Let's see here. You want safe storage, and what is going to be your safe storage? It is going to be the Tangem card. Tangem card. This is a hardware wallet. It is it's awesome. Okay, you want to use code Impact Money on this as well. Beautiful card, a beautiful hardware wallet that we have here, and these things people are buying them. So thanks for buying them. I see those orders that are coming in here, and I think it makes it easy for people to understand or to know, okay, I'm going to store it on this card. Like, they get it. The reality is that the way that crypto works, you really just need to remember your seed phrase. Now, it's kind of hard to remember your seed phrase and all these types of things, right? I mean, it's there. It's hard. But you can also put them on these hardware wallets. You still want to save your seed phrase. Remember, not your keys, not your coins. Okay, that's the deal. Not your keys, not your coins. Crypto is about being your own bank. It's about ending the Fed. It's about ending the Fed and taking control back from these people that have ruled us, for all these years. Now, Tangem is helping us do that. And so I'm backing these guys. Make sure to use code Impact Money for a 10% discount. Tangem is redefining the wallet experience by delivering top-level security, simplicity, and accessibility. Enjoy complete autonomy and independence while managing your assets with a single tap. Tangem Wallet breaks down barriers for crypto newcomers and enhances the custodial experience for advanced users. They are adding they're getting their setup where you can they're getting their Visa, MasterCard set up. Slim as a bank card, secure as a bank vault. Store, buy, and earn, transfer, and swap thousands of coins and tokens. It's nice, guys. It is a nice wallet. 0 out of 1 million cards have been hacked out of this. Discover the power of crypto with the Tangem app. The app works really nicely. So that's tangem.com. Tangem.com. I will put the link below my post. Actually, it's right below. It's on my post on X. It's on my post on LinkedIn and YouTube as well. It's already there. Tangem, tangem.com. Use code Impact Money for a 10% discount on that. Super. I like it. I like it. Actually, we did an interview with them in Paris, and that was actually a great interview. And what I want you guys to do is, if you are using, here it is right here. If you're going to participate in this Tangem or Dogo launch, and if you're getting different coins, like let's say Trump, the retrump. There we go. Retrump. This one just came actually on my nice move up yesterday as well, on retrump, and this one is quite interesting. To me, obviously Trump, it's resistance Trump, re-Trump, and the nice move on this one is about like 50 or 60,000 market cap. Potential to move up is a lot. Again, not financial advice, all those things, but re-Trump, RETRUMP, re-Trump. And this one is it is pretty interesting, especially with everything that is going on. Here, I'll share this. It's called Resistance. It's called Resistance Trump. They are doing a whole new rebrand. I know the guys behind this. In crypto, you basically buy the major shares. You have control of the, and that's how you do this stuff. Join the resistance. Of course, now with him dodging a bullet, I think even more. This is pretty interesting. So that's retrump. And this website I'm looking at right here is retrump.xyz. You can buy it on DDust. You need TON. This is in the TON ecosystem. I mean, I love TON. TON is like one of my favorites here. Resistance Trump. And we are the resistance. We are the resistance. Our mission is to resist the deep state and secure a bright future for crypto. Led by fearless leader, Resistance Trump. We're building a community dedicated to innovation, freedom, and fun. Now, this one, this is a fun one. Okay, $60,000 market cap, $50,000 market cap, whatever it is right here. But a move up to $1 million market cap, you can imagine what happens to your holding. Once upon a time, a hero emerged, the Resistance Trump, with a bold, cartoonish flair. Retrump fights tirelessly against the deep state, wielding the power of the blockchain to protect and advance the future of cryptocurrency. Trump is the first Bitcoin president. He's the first Bitcoin president. He's the first crypto president. We finally got a crypto president. I never thought it would be Trump. It is. It's Trump. It is Trump. So anyway, but you can store your tokens like this one on that Tangem wallet. And you don't have to worry about it. It's not on an exchange that you have to worry about being hacked. It's not you know what I mean? You can, and if you get like the order at tangem.com where you have like 2 or 3 different cards, I think that the first one you can order is 2. You might as well get 3. Okay, go ahead and spend the extra $10 or whatever it is. Get the 3 cards. You can put 1 in your safety deposit box. You can put 1 in your safe at home, and you can carry 1 in your wallet. Okay, or hide it somewhere else, whatever you want to do. And that's pretty interesting. I think the future, a lot of the future is going to be these hardware wallets as well. Not your keys, not your coins, non-custodial. And this is how you do it, guys. Like this is it. Okay. Now I did an interview with the team from Tangem while I was in Paris. So I'm going to play that real quick just so we can know a little bit more about it. This is my interview that I did with Tangem from Paris. While at Paris Blockchain Week, and this isn't the first time we've run into the Tangem team. They're with Tangem. Met in Lisbon. Right? She's still with Tangem. Tangem is doing exciting things with Daria Bistrova and Julian Roman. Julian is a big influencer here in France. He's this guy speaking French. Well, not if you want anybody to understand you. No, I'm just kidding. No, I think it'd be great. But so we have you guys on here. I know Tangem, you guys are doing a lot of new and exciting things. So tell us a little bit about what's going on and what brought you here to Paris Blockchain Week.
Yeah, for sure. We'll be glad to introduce you some new developments that we recently had. Actually, like many people here around, they ask us about something that we are planning. We already announced it a little bit in the media, and everyone is looking for crypto rings that we are going to launch quite soon.
Okay.
So basically, like as a quick introduction, last session together we introduced a little bit our product. Tangem is a hardware wallet, card-shaped hardware wallet, which can work without retrace. It's very easy to use. You can activate it in just minutes by tapping your card against your phone. And the next milestone in overall for us will be to launch a crypto ring. It looks like this.
Yeah, that is cool.
So quite soon you will be able to store your crypto just on your finger in your ring, and always have access to your cryptocurrency just with the tap of your hand to your phone.
Well, that is pretty interesting, and I want to circle back to that and ask you a little bit more questions about that. Julian, let's talk to you for a minute. How long have you been involved, and what is your favorite thing about Tangem?
In fact, I did discover Tangem a few months ago, and reached out to Daria about it to ask her a couple of questions, maybe too many questions.
Quite a lot.
So I wanted to search for a solution, like the easier solution than Ledger. Okay. Ledger is like for intermediate or maybe people like who are used to protecting their crypto, and Tangem is like super easy to use. So I did reach out Daria and ask her like many questions about it. And it's so easy, just with your phone and a card, you can like do a transaction, secure your crypto. Yeah. So yeah, I did discover a few months ago. Love it, and I think maybe now the French market knows more about Tangem than before. Right. And more and more people are looking for like solution, like easier solution than Ledger, which is like the French unicorn, which are on the main market. But Tangem is a really great solution to secure like easily your crypto.
Really cool. So this is a self-custody wallet, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. If you talk about like the process overall, self-custody, why exactly we call this self-custody? We talk a lot about custodial, non-custodial solutions. We compare them themselves. So like the main point with Tangem is that you are the only owner of your private key, and that's why we are self-custodial, like truly self-custodial wallet. because once you activate the wallet, the private key is being generated in the chip of the card thanks to some physical sensors and it's being encrypted and stored never leaving the card. So in this case, since no one knows what is your private key, neither you, neither counsel, neither anyone else, you are the only one who has access to it since you hold the card and they protect it with other security levels according to our user experience, Dogo and the Tangem app. So this is why we really prefer to make our users feel very secure with making sure that they're the only holder for their private key and no one can take it from them.
Right. Well, it's so important. It's something we talk about a lot on our show because we have a situation where, of course, nobody wants you to really hold like Bitcoins, right? Everybody wants to hold it for you. Even the ETFs, like, oh, they went and bought it. Now you can have your paper Bitcoin. So what blockchains are interoperable? What do you have Bitcoin or Ethereum or what type of tokens can you store?
Basically, there is no limit to Tangem at all. Also, what could be quite interesting for other hardware wallet users who have the previous experience with Ledger, Trezor, and any other hardware wallets. One of the other points is that in Tangem you don't have to worry about the number of devices and about the number of blockchain networks you can have access to, because in Tangem you have everything in one place and it's constantly like the app is constantly being updated because we add new networks and you don't have to upload to install a new application on your computer to reach this or that blockchain network. You have everything like basically support more than 40 blockchain networks and everything in just one app.
Yeah, because if I can interrupt there, Ledger is maybe 100 coins you can.
It's like Ethereum base, right?
And it's limited. The memory of a ledger is limited. Whereas on Tangem, you can add any coin you want, then put all the coins on any blockchain, and there's no memory, so the capacity is limitless.
Yeah, that's the point. And you can also manage this process by yourself. If your Tangem supports this or that blockchain network or token, you can just add it by yourself directly in the app.
Yeah. Well, really cool. Now, Robin, you're a local. You're local here in Paris.
Yeah, in fact, I'm not really local. I live in LA right now. It's been a few years. Okay. So I did move there 2 years ago. I did launch my channel 3 years ago.
Okay.
As Dario said, I'm the second biggest influencer. I don't like the name of
that's so funny, right?
Content creator because I'm more an investor like a content creator.
Yeah.
But on my channel, we've got 1,000 subscribers. The first one is 600K. So every week you speak about crypto and I love it.
Yeah, it's really fun. So Paris, Elliot's fun too, but Paris is so beautiful. I came a couple weeks ago, spent some time, went to Italy, came back here. It's such a wonderful city. Did you get to go into the museum? I'm sure you've probably been there before.
La Joconde, Mona Lisa. Yeah. It's a nice.
There was kind of events yesterday.
Right,
Very nice talk, actually.
I mean, I've been to a lot of different events over the years, and that really was spectacular. The Paris Blockchain Week did. How are you finding the experience? Is this your first time at Paris Blockchain Week?
No, I come every year. It's the only event I come every year.
Okay.
You don't have to miss Paris Blockchain Week. It's awesome. And year after year, it's getting bigger. With I love this place. I love Paris. This is my hometown. I've been here for 4 years, so I enjoy coming back every year to this event. You feel when it's you see the smell of the brew one. Last year there was very less people.
Yeah, of course.
And now you see the vibes. Everybody is excited about the brew one, so that's cool to see also.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, just the city. There's so much history in the city. Just walking around. Even for a couple of days, I didn't work. I should have worked. But I was like, I want to just get to know the city. So, hats off to the team here for putting it together. It's really been a great event for us. So you did mention something about NFTs as well, right?
Well, for NFT side, actually, it's currently we provide the access to NFT to our users if they would like to purchase some NFT. Currently, we are like looking for some partners to integrate NFTs soon.
I see.
Yeah, we see that demand is quite fluctuating, so we are analyzing this market, and we don't have like a precise roadmap yet, but we are open for partnerships. For projects who would love to have the NFC collection wallet, or actually the other like use cases that we have already is branded wallets. We have created a limited exclusive edition of Tangem wallet with the genuine signature.
That's also because like on the cards, it's only my logo, and if you have it in your wallet, you don't know it's crypto wallet, right? It's just like really discreet, which is really cool also. So I prefer like personalized cards, and it's my name, so I love it. But instead of maybe like Tangem on it, so you know it's a crypto wallet. Personalized wallets are super fun. Like it's easy to put it in your wallet and it's discreet. So I love the design.
Basically, like this is our usual card, and the genuine design like repeats the style of Tangem wallet, and it's very popular. Our users and the French-speaking audience and community, and we are like scaling this project. So for NFTs, actually, we also have this proposition to create some customized branded wallets.
Cool. So we have about 2 minutes left, 1.5 minutes left. Tell me a little bit more about the ring. How is that working?
Well, ring actually, like the main points here is that you can actually like hold it all with you. It's stylish. It's bridges the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. I would say so it's a really huge step towards making crypto more accessible to everyone, because sometimes people, when they enter the space, they find it complicated, not only with the experience, but also they need some tricks. They want something to have like human.
Right.
Something that you can understand with you, and something that you can extract very easily. So you can just take your ring, tap against your phone, and get started with crypto and create hardware wallet, actually, which is the most secure way to start your journey with cryptocurrency.
Very good. So you've been practicing it all too. You got it down. So we are coming up here to the end of the segment. So it's tangem.com, is that right?
Yeah, tangem.com. So you can visit our website and view overall like all the product features and follow our social networks. And we are going to launch Tangem Rings approximately by the end of this year.
Okay.
So stay tuned, and we are going to announce the date soon.
Tangem Rings are coming. Some final thoughts?
Yeah, my YouTube channel is under the name Julie Mormon. You can find me on Twitter too. So it's nice to be there.
Thank you for coming on, Julian, Rowan, and Daria. We appreciate it. Tangem.
And the rest is history, right? The rest is history. And we are supporters. Boom. All right. So there we go. So make sure to check them out. Tangem.com. I'll move this banner down. I was queuing up Donald Trump's speech last night. It was absolutely unbelievable. He really captures, this guy knows how to capture the hearts and minds of America. This is a Donald Trump speech. I played it live on my feed last night as we did this. Let me just 23. As we started there, but this is I mean, this guy, he's an amazing guy, right? He is an amazing guy. So this is his speech from last night. Donald Trump RNC. Okay, let me just can I do that? Yes. Okay. Boom. And here we go. Oh,
But he could figure it out. And for 18 months,
almost. Here we go.
we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months.
So this is not the full thing, obviously. But it's early on.
And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that.
I am.
And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, and thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee. Right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you.
Here's
Friends,
the great Donald Trump.
delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. Gonna do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front.
All over the earth, God is raising up a new breed of wealth builders who will use their money to shape the course of world history without building a golden calf. You see, true prosperity is not about toys and trinkets. It's about influence and impact. Building wealth is not just for you. It's to affect entire families, cities, nations.
Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. They're incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over, but I could see it. I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for
your child needs these 3 key factors to get into an Ivy League or top 25 university. And it's not having a good GPA or SAT score. Let me explain.
National unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Baron. We love our Baron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it. because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, you know, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend that I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? You see him? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say, maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. He went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of, oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together, we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia, and our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration.
Congratulations, you found Perscolas. We train people for careers in IT, careers that are...
It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created. including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person.
Hot rooms turn icy cold instantly without AC, while slashing electric bills just by doing this. Tired of hot and stuffy rooms during summer? This genius way to cool any room in 90 seconds for almost zero cost is taking the US market by storm. An ingenious college student from Phoenix just revolutionized the billion-dollar AC industry by inventing a device that can cool down any room in record time. Martin designed the invention after budget cuts left his school with a broken air conditioner and sweltering hot summers. He and his classmates had to study for their exams in 95-degree temperatures, and when their plea for a new AC system was ignored, Martin decided to take matters into his own hands. Blessed with a gift for engineering and a desire to help his classmates, he reverse-engineered air conditioning units using the Bernoulli physics principle that
But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The Black population and the Hispanic population, because they're unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things at 100. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable. Make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration just 3.5 years ago.
Hey, folks, Donald Trump Jr.
We were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next. And by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times. Think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a. My whole life, I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now. And people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New Scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it, and we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that...
If you're a man who makes at least 150 grand a year and you're still embarrassed to take your shirt off at the pool, I will get you shredded like a god for the summer, or you won't pay a dime. This is very specifically for men over...
Include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building, and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called No Tax on Tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. Beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? Really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you. Everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody. It's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying. My plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back. And I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America. And we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow in the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right?
This brilliant device keeps your home cool in summer, even during heat waves and power outages. It's smaller than a lunchbox cool.
But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release, shut down asylum fraud, we stopped human trafficking, historic agreements, aliens on foreign soil. We want them to soil. The Trump administration came in, were apprehended immediately, and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a seal border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair? So many, hundreds of thousands of people have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. The press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is one of the 3 major credit.
Never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader, tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. See? He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment.
You can sell this $5 spatula on Amazon and compete with hundreds of other spatula sellers, or you can sell digital products on Amazon and compete with almost no one. You see, I use a brand new Amazon platform that's banned the sale of physical products. Yet without me buying or shipping inventory or storing anything, Amazon's still paying me over $40K a month. You see, everything I sell is 100% digital, so the products live on my computer or laptop. And the crazy part is, I didn't create this system. Carla taught me this. Carla, why don't you tell them more about it?
I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products. And I promise you've never heard about this before. I just created some simple digital products. Then I put them up on Amazon, and it was so exciting. The first time I tried it, I made $14, and I was like, oh my goodness, this actually works. Hi, I'm Carla Marie, and the coolest part is Amazon puts over 300 million customers just a click away. So age, experience, qualifications, none of it matters. I want to share my full system with you, but obviously this is an ad. So I'm hosting a free workshop where I walk you through my system step by step. This system has transformed my life and has sprinkled a little magic in the lives of hundreds of other people. Now, I hate workshops that are so slow and boring that they send you to sleep. So I made sure that this workshop moves fast and that it's fun, exciting, and informative.
Along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly. So we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it, not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba.
The elites are laughing at us. They've come right out and said it. By 2030, they want us to own nothing and be happy.
And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say you're the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find the cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day one. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham.
Aren't you tired of all those boring, endless videos? Try something new. Check out this awesome game with an epic story.
But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too little. We settle for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. To lower your are not big enough. Not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach. And that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield. raced into enemy strongholds and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. It's going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful
All right, well, that was tricky. That was tricky. I'm still live, though. I'm still live. Look at this. All right, let me get rid of the background. Great speech by our favorite president, the great Donald Trump. Amazing speech. I was glad I was able to bring it to you guys live. Let's see here. I am still live. I'm still live. I love you guys. I love X. X is the best, man. YouTube is great too. I'm still live on YouTube. Okay, so I am doing the dad thing as we do, but let me just get rid of this thing so that we can see each other a little bit better. And then what I have is at the Dogo, the meme token on Polkadot, which is backed by Polkadot, which is backed by Algorand. So this is like it has a floor, and this is one of the most anticipated meme coin launches that I've seen, and one of the only ones that has locked liquidity like this, burned forever. I will just show you this real quick, and then I had a great conversation with some of the community members yesterday, and I recorded it, and I'm going to play that so that everybody can really follow along here. But let me go ahead and first and just kind of show you guys here what is going on, and that we're officially launched. This is Dogo. It is Polka Gold. I've been talking about Polka Gold for a while now because they have some pretty special stuff going. Built on Algorand and it backed by, let's see here, I think this is it. Yep. Okay, there we go. All right, so boom, boom, boom. We are right here. The wait is over. Let's go. That's on Dogo. The official Dogo is launched on Algo. Make sure you check it out. Okay, so that is happening right now, and I may go through a little bit of a moment here on my internet in this spot, but hopefully I'll be okay. I have this that I recorded with the community members yesterday. Check it out. Hey everyone, welcome back. I have with me here two HODL coin.
by Ash's channel, Market Mobster.
I have with me here I have two special guests with me here today. I've talked quite a bit about Polka Gold, one of my favorite HODL token. There are a number of reasons I talk about there, but I have with me here two guys from the team, Eric and Don, and I'm going to pull down this banner for a second because it hid their names. Not that one, but this one. There we go. Don, Maruda, and Eric. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
Doing good.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for setting this up. I am long on Polka Gold, and so with this launch today, or July 9th, on the night of Friday, or the morning, or the day of July 19th, depends. That is excited to have you guys. And what got you involved with the project?
I can kick it off.
Go
So
ahead.
basically, I got introduced by Ash's channel, Market Mobster. That was from the very start. So I just chipped in to buy a few tokens as a bit of a gamble, as a lot of crypto investors do. But then I started to research the project a bit more, and what it does and what it means. And I actually found out it's kind of unique in its kind, in the sense that all tokens are released on its inception, which is already something very rare, and you have the maximum supply. So these two factors can influence the dilution of the value of such a coin, and basically only Bitcoin measures it in the terms of how it's built. So I got super excited and went from there.
That is pretty cool. And not to, it's fun to do back and forth a little bit. That's one of the things that interested me about it a lot as well. And I think it's hard for if you're a newbie and you don't understand everything, but the tokens are locked in a smart contract along with Algorand liquidity, and it's locked. So in order, and there's no team tokens or anything like that. So in order for you to get some Polka Gold, you have to buy it, or you have to buy some that somebody already bought. And that is similar to Bitcoin, where everything had to be mined, or some of these other, fair start type of proof of work coins, which is, we're going way back in my early days here. I remember when Ethereum started, that was like a pre-mined scam coin. This is a pre-mined scam coin. Anyway,
Well,
go ahead.
You can go back to the Fed, right? The Federal Reserve. If you want to talk about a scam, they can print dollars out of nothing, right? So that's what is the difference here. Yeah,
It is the difference, and that's the thing that people don't understand too. And I think a guy got it yesterday. I was talking to him on my feed. Oh, the dollar is this, and you got to understand, man. 90% of the U.S. dollar is already digital. I'm sure it's the same for the euro. You're there in Amsterdam. 90% of the euro, or a very high percentage of the euro, it's already digital. They do whatever they want with it, and then they can dilute the heck out of you. At least with Bitcoin, at least with Polka Gold, they can't do that. They can't just dilute you.
It's locked.
It's locked. And since they're not lending it, I mean, obviously, if someone can set up their own deal, but they can't mess with the interest rates either. So,
yeah, that's the amazing thing about it. And the other thing, what interested me, what you also mentioned a little bit just now, is the liquidity, right? So basically, what they did is they kind of tagged the Polka Gold value to Algo USDT, which is dollars, and euros, which is euros. Basically, to give a simple example, let's say you pack the dollar with the euro, right? And tomorrow the dollar doubles in value, and the euro stays the same. Because it's packed in that pool, then automatically some of the dollars will get sold and euros get bought to gain the same equilibrium. So that's also what's happening with Polka Gold. Like if Algo goes up, then automatically some of the Algo in that pool will get sold to buy Polka Gold. So even if nobody is buying Polka Gold, but people are buying Algo or USDT or euros, then Polka Gold automatically goes up. It's crazy. And the other way around, it's also a safety net. Because, for example, if Polka Gold would go down, then this locked liquidity will automatically sell Algorand or USDT or euros to buy Polka Gold. So it's kind of built as a tank.
it's really
Golden
what got me. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, no, sorry to interject, but you know,
no, it's perfect. It's your turn.
We call it a golden tank, and that covers all the locked and burned liquidity. So in regards to the euro, it's actually with the stasis coin. It's the biggest issue over Europe, right? And apart from USDC pair, so stay. And what else is there? You know, big ethos in crypto, as your and Eric, is don't trust, verify. And in Polkagold, we love that, right? So, for example, vestige.fi, you could see all the liquidity. So there's different segments. Some are locked for 10, 15, 20 years respectively, right? So those, just audience know, those lockup periods are what's going to the dot treasury, right? Because the whole premise of this project is to synergize two blue chip coins, Algorand and Polkadot.
So
right?
let's take that out of the box a little
ahead.
bit. And I want you to, as well, when you're talking, maybe move closer to the computer and let's see if that helps a little bit. Maybe if the mic, maybe that's part of it, because you're just breaking up just a little bit. So when you talk about the dot treasury, so, you know, I have been talking about it, but let's talk a little bit about that mechanism. What is that? The dot, what is the dot?
So dot is Polka, right? That's a coin. The ticker is
Polkadot. Yep.
Yes, Polkadot, correct. So that project, you know, aren't aware, its founder is Dr. Gavin Wood, who was one of the of Ethereum, branched off and made his own project. Super successful project. They're known for their parachains. Amazing technology as well. So the premise of Polkagold came about during an interview with Dr. Gavin Wood in the Kuznerian, because Wood, you know, said he would for the dot treasury to have a diverse set of assets, whether it was gold, bonds, you know, just like they have in USDT and USDC, right? So now with Polkagold, again, you know, it's built on Algorand. So a lot of people ask, they're like, okay, it built on, you know, Polkadot, or like, that's a big thing that buzzes around, you know, that we see. And, you know, once again, it was chosen specifically to be built on Algorand, their impeccable track record. And what do I mean? They have zero downtime, zero hacks, you know, zero failed transactions. And I don't know if recently they made a big commercial. It was about, how long ago was it, Eric? The commercial?
I think it was a month or a half ago. It was this kind of famous commercial they made about in a supermarket where basically people are trying to buy groceries with all kinds of cryptocurrencies. Where it was super funny. You have to check it out if you want to see it. Where somebody tries to buy his groceries with Bitcoin, and then you're waiting for 30 minutes the transactions to go through. Somebody wants to buy with Ethereum, and then they say like, sorry, it's going to cost you a double in gas fees. And somebody tries to buy in Sol, and then and the transaction gets blocked, right? And then somebody comes with Algorand, and look, goes no failure whatsoever. It's a bit
one of the things I like about Algorand as well is it comes from Italy, right? My wife is Italian, and I just think that we get a lot of different tokens, a lot of different coins, and they all kind of come from the same group of people. And it's nice to see a network, a successful, well-working network like Algorand coming from Italy, and then it works so well, right? And it works really well. Also, the DeFi ecosystem is really starting to bud with projects like this, of course.
For sure, and also you have international kind of organizations, even like the FIFA, which is the organization behind the World Cup of soccer, which world. Also, all transactions are run by Algorand. So there are bigger institutions that back the technique of it.
Coming about a lot of real world assets from Algorand as well. So
Tell me about that.
commerce of, so whether it's coffee, even property, deeds on the blockchain, coming about, as we speak. And so apart from the real, I mean, it would only make sense, right? Digital reserve commodity on Algorand ecosystem.
And let me I'll take that out of the box a little bit for everybody. So what Polka Gold has done is by issuing some of these tokens, and it's a small percentage of the overall tokens, but some of those are to be released to the Polkadot treasury. And at which point, of course, the Polkadot treasury could dump them all. Probably they won't, but even if they did, they could dump them all. It should only affect the market by max 10%. Who knows? But using it as a reserve currency, letting and bridging the different communities together, I think it's so smart.
Actually, I have to correct you a little bit on there, Bruce, because there's no reserve of Polka Gold that can be released to Polkadot. The only thing they can get for free is the token holder of Polkadot on Algorand. So they can add it to the treasury, but then they still have to buy Polka Gold themselves. So there's nothing in reserve. Everything is released, as we know. The only thing that is now put aside for a little bit, and that's only by community members, is around 8.5% of all Polka Gold released to lock in liquidity for Dogo, which is going to be released tomorrow. So
and
basically,
that's from the community. Well, thank you for clearing that up. And let's talk a little bit about Dogo. Of course, I'm excited about that. I'm going to take a position as well in Dogo. It's backed by Polka Gold, which is backed by Algo, which is backed by dollars and euros, right? I mean, here we are. We have a few layers here. So let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it's a funny thing, right? Because most meme coins, as we know, there are thousands of them. Somebody creates some, releases a subject amount of it into the crypto world, but never releases the maximum supply of it, right? So then you get these rug pools that some people buy into it, it goes to the moon, and then the founders think, oh, let's dump these other coins that we still have, which didn't have any intrinsic value to it, basically like printing dollars out of nothing, onto the market, and poof, it goes down. So the big difference with this meme coin is that all the tokens are released, plus what we also mentioned before, this liquidity, which is going to be burned to Polka Gold forever. So that brings that equilibrium back to the world. So even if Dogo goes down, then Polka Gold will get sold to buy more Dogo and vice versa. So it will also always have like an intrinsic value to it.
It should always have an intrinsic value, not financial advice, all that stuff we're supposed to say. These are highly speculative markets and all that good stuff, but it should have a floor.
And it has, because now the liquidity that's going to be burned is 10% of the total Polka Gold value. So that value is always going to be locked into it. Nothing can change. It's locked with a smart contract. Nobody can change it. So every time that the Polka Gold value goes up, also the Dogo value will go up. So it's a very unique kind of meme coin. It's meant to be funny. And a funny character, but the tokenomics behind it are quite unique. Like there's no meme coin out there where everything is released at once and has this liquidity burned next to it. I remember, I don't know if you're a bit into Polkadot, but they have
I am actually a pretty big guy. I am, yeah.
You are? So then you're probably aware that you had this dot is dead meme coin, right?
Uh-huh.
So every dot holder got some of those meme coins for free.
Yep.
But then they changed the whole tokenomics of it, and the whole thing burned to the ground because it was not valuable anymore, because not all the coins were released at once, and just the team just dumped all this tokens into it. Where here it's just not possible. Every coin is just released at day one.
Yeah, well, not just that. Dead. Another thing, if you recall, remember, it was super centralized. So 90% the developer kept. Airdropped them like 5 or 10%, right? And he kept the rest. They spent those $1 million from the treasury. They took $1 million and just, I don't know, I'm not gonna say whoever it was kept the funds, but it, you know, I don't know. It's centralized, you know, to each their own.
Yeah.
But I mean, value transparency. So,
I hear you.
You know, and then on top of that, Dogo, speaking of the tens of meme coins, I mean, even if you think about it from an economic perspective, it's only 100 billion, which I know I'm saying like it's nothing. No, is these meme coins are like in the billions. So
here's what I want you to do, Don. I want you to hop in because you're an important part of the conversation. I want you to try to hop in from your phone. And so go ahead and log off. You can use just the same link and just hop in from your phone, and let's see if that works. Because obviously everybody's going to want to hear what you say. And Eric and I will just continue while you're doing that. Cool. Okay.
Yeah, his connection was not too good.
It wasn't good. Hopefully his phone will probably work better. So it's cool, man. You know, and so 10%. You guys are saying burned, but it's locked. So that is still going to be counted.
Locked, yeah.
It'll still be counted as the market cap for Polka Gold. So it's not like it's going to be off the records or something like that. But it's locked by smart contract into this meme coin. I don't even know. I don't even think people get it.
The ratio is locked, right? So like, so that means that if the ratio change, let's say Polka Gold goes to the moon, or Dogo, let's say Dogo goes to the moon as a meme coin because everybody's excited and wants to buy it, then automatically also Polka Gold will become more valuable because it's locked in the smart contract with that much liquidity. It's like a thing. It's like a vessel that goes up and down.
So wait a minute. Explain that to me again real quick, because there's a certain amount of liquidity that has been locked, but then you're saying is it part of the smart contract is it has to stay at 10% or something like this, or what is it?
Let's explain it the most simple way. Let's say it's locked 1-to-1, right? And let's say then Dogo goes to 2 and Polka Gold stays at 1. But this locked liquidity pool has to be 1-to-1 still. So if the one goes up in value, then you're selling some of that one that goes to value to buy the other one to become equal again.
Yeah.
So it's in that range. It will also always, let's say, push each other up and down. That's the best way of explaining it.
I love it, man. And so the Dogo, this is kind of what I was thinking. It's going to push up the price of. It should push up the price of Polka Gold, because the Dogo price should go up because it's starting at a floor, and as people buy it, the price should go up. Correct?
Indeed, it's like that. Maybe if I would explain it more in layman's terms, let's say you have, let's say, 1 ounce of gold and $1, right? And you say, okay, this 1 ounce of gold and this $1 is now just this moment of time freezed forever.
Right.
And then tomorrow the gold price goes up double. What then happens in that little pool is that they sell half of the gold to buy that much more dollars to become equal again. So you kind of
we got to clear Don Baruda now. Awesome. Much better. I'm glad I should have done that 5 minutes ago, but I'm glad I did it now.
I'm glad to hear.
Yeah, we were just running through the mechanism, of course, the 10% lock, and how this should rising tide raises all ships. If people are buying this meme coin and it's going up because of it has a floor, obviously has a floor because it's locked, then that should bring the price of Polka Gold up as well.
For sure. It will, not financial advice like you like to say, right? We're all
Yes,
here.
and all that jazz.
Yeah, and all that good stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's coupled, to Polka Gold. So in theory, it should, go up when you acquire Polka Gold to purchase your Dalgo. You
Right.
know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is that in general, like people get tricked, right? You get the kind of phony meme coins. People buy into it. It rises up to the unanimous numbers, and then falls down again because the creators hold back like 90% of the coins with no intrinsic value. Where here that's not possible because everything is released. Even the ones who created Dalgo have to buy it themselves on the market. So it's a completely different metric. And then you have all that liquidity locked, which kind of ensures the value itself. So it's totally different than anything out there, basically.
Right. I haven't really, I don't know. I can't think of another one. I'm sure probably, like my dad always says, there's nothing new under the sun. But I don't know. I can't think of when somebody else has done it.
Well, the other thing.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Well, the other thing about the lock liquidity, it's over 60% of the total supply of Polka Gold, right? So just to give you a small example, if let's say a whale was to sell 1% of the total supply, which is 100,000 Polka Gold right now, the price impact will be less than actually 5%. And the only reason why I can say that number is because I've seen it play out, right?
Okay.
If this was any other project, let's just say like a major coin like Shiba Inu, right? It would go down probably like 80 to 90% in value.
Oh yeah, flash crash.
Yeah. So, for a project of this size to, let's just say in market cap, be so tiny to be able to withstand, these major sell-offs. I mean, that's why, me and Eric, we call it the golden tank. Me personally, I think of it as a honey badger. Like it can't be killed in that regard. So that's why we sleep good at night because, all the lock liquidity.
All right, so I'm going to shift a little bit. We can go back to Dogo in a minute, but I also want to talk about, obviously the founders are anonymous, right? So that's always interesting, kind of. But it's kind of cool as well. So the founders are anonymous. There is talk as well of putting Polka Gold on derivatives on CoinStore, and since everything is community driven, is that a conversation that's going on often, or what's the temperature on that? I think it would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think everybody within the community is open for like new ideas and actually for Polka Gold to be on CoinStore, we internally really rallied and we had a lot of subscriptions to CoinStore to get it on their listed. Yeah, I think we support everything they will put out there.
Awesome. Well, I think that's a big move. When I should say we get that, maybe we'll be able to put the liquidity together from the Dalgo launch. That would be pretty interesting. So just to everything, even that CEX listing was there. It's funny though. I still feel like most people just go to the DEXs. Is that what you find as well, or what is your experience?
Me personally, I think it varies, right? I think a lot of people are intimidated sometimes from, sexist centralized exchanges. But what can I say? I mean, it's a learning curve, an easy learning curve, I would say, because Eric made I think a 15-second video on how to buy Polka Gold on Parawallet. And it's been amazing. I've reposted it 1,000 times, right?
Yep.
So it's pretty seamless. Like everything, there's a learning curve, for everyone. But it would be nice, if it was on more centralized exchanges, I would say, just to.
Oh yeah, more for sure.
Yeah, I don't want to say to ease people in it, but I think for a lot of newbies, you know, for some reason, right, they just feel more comfortable with that. So,
well, I mean, if you're on Binance, I mean, they don't even let us really trade on Binance over here. So in the US, so if you're on Binance, you basically buy coins on Binance, right? If you're on Coinbase, buy coins on Coinbase.
Makes more accessible for sure, of course, Bruce. But I think that every crypto influencer, YouTube channel, or everyone who's serious about it, the first thing they tell you is to take your crypto off of the centralized exchange into a wallet on your phone or on a hard wallet like a ledger. We have seen with FTX, of course, last time what can happen if you don't.
Yeah.
So I do understand it makes it more accessible for people to have it on like Binance or Coinbase or whatever it might be. But nevertheless, you still should take it off, put it on, let's say, Para wallet, which is the algo wallet, which is super easy to operate. Anyway, so
yeah, it is easy. Just adding the asset. So that's that would be the one thing. Got to have a little bit of algo in order to add the asset, in order to put it on there. But other than that, I mean, yeah, it's simple. This nice, very nice wallet. That Para
it's super easy. Like basically, you download the Para algo wallet, you put it on your phone. You have like a code, like you have to write down and put it in your safe. And then you can just buy on KuCoin, Binance, wherever, some Algorand, send it to Para Wallet. It will arrive within a minute, few seconds actually, because it's the fastest and most secure chain out there anyway. And then you can just buy whatever coin you want there.
Well, now because we have the USDC pair, for example, you know, you can even send some USDC over or some, you know, stasis, right? For example, and do the swap right there too for Polka Gold, you know, vice versa. So, you know, there's a lot of different pairs now that are available. So it's not, you know, if you don't want to use Algorand, I mean, it's also fine in that regard. You know, you have options.
True. Now, is that USDC on Ethereum or is USDC on Algorand?
On Algorand, USDC on Algorand. You know, so word of caution: only, you know, send your USDC to the chain.
Yeah, we've all done that.
Yeah. Only send it on Algorand. And it's, you know, it's interesting, Bruce. We finally got it here in the US, by the way, on Coinbase.
Algorand USDC or Algorand?
Yeah. No, Algorand USDC.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it was one of my favorite ways to send, actually, for quite a while. I guess maybe at a certain point, I maybe didn't. I started using something else because maybe it wasn't available on Coinbase. But it's nice that it's on Coinbase. Well, I'll tell you guys, you know, I think that, you know, with the alt season that is impending at this point, you know what I mean? It's like, it is impending. Like it is coming. Algo has a nice run of 10x or so, you know, from here. And then
doesn't even have to go to all-time high to 10x, more or less.
What's that?
It doesn't even have to go to its all-time high to go 10x, right? Like if it goes even bigger than you're golden, literally.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, and then the tokens on top of it, of course, you know, they start to fly too. The total crypto market cap, in my opinion, is still laughable, especially for the amount of big money that's come in over the last year.
Well, even if you look at the bigger altcoins, I think let's say January this year, December last year, they will almost double what they are now. If you look at Near or Polkadot or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
So and that's not even reaching their all-time high from last cycle. Imagine what it can do next cycle.
I know.
And also, like for me, like I got introduced to Algorand a bit to Polka Gold because I was interested in the thing, but I actually always used Algorand to get, let's say, my profits off the exchanges. So I send it, whatever my Sol, whatever it might be, I change it to Algorand, send it to my bank account and into euros in my case, or dollars, what you want, because it was cheaper and faster and safer.
Yeah.
So it's just a good chain all around.
It is a good chain all around. Now, Don, the connection was a little messed up, so we didn't really get a good intro on you. Tell us a little about yourself. Where are you?
So me, I am based in California, California's home. I got into the crypto space, I want to say back in 2018, but I didn't get fully in it until about 2019. And ever since then, you know, I've just been down the rabbit hole, right? So yeah, you know, decentralization for me is just like, I look at so many legacy systems and I ask myself, I'm like, why? Why is this so complicated? Right? In every facet of our lives. And so, you know, just like Eric was touching upon, I was first introduced to P Gold via Market Mobster, who's based in the UK. Seen him tweet about it, and I was like, oh, what's this? I looked into it, and I was like, not too sure, but you know what? I'll take a jab at it.
Right.
After, you know, I started seeing a lot of development, you know, a lot of people interested, whatever, but I started reading up more on what it is, right? So with that said, you know, for me, what made it stand out, same thing, you know, every coin was released at Genesis,
Right.
you know, fair purchase. So the protocol, you know, is a proof of purchase. There's an acquisition cost to every single unit of P Gold, just like there's an acquisition cost to Bitcoin with, you know, the miners, etc. Right?
Yeah.
And so on top of that, it's just been, I mean, revolutionary, I would say. And the reason why I say that is because I'm big on freedom, right?
Yep.
And when I mean freedom, you know, let's just think about it objectively, you know, human nature, whatever you want to call it. No one wants to be confined in any way, shape, or form.
Yep.
So, you know, I think to myself and I'm like, you know, Polka Gold, you know, digital gold, a digital commodity, you know, in terms of the team anonymity, it makes sense because it's trustless. Gold does not have a team. Bitcoin does not have a team, right? There's no office. There's no central office. There's no central servers, right? There's no data center who has a monopoly on anything. You know, I mean, maybe the gold reserves that are like in England, you know, just throwing it out there. Who knows? I don't know. You know, these nation states, right? But in this regard, you know, there's no marketing, you know, there's no VC, you know, I am not being paid a single cent to be here. Neither is Eric, right? Neither are you. You know, it's organic. Yeah, you know, it just, a light bulb went off in my mind and it just clicked. And I was like, hold on. You know, I'm not going to lie. At first, I was like, anonymous team. You know, I'm like, but it's honestly withstood the test of time. You know, even though it's so tiny. That's why I call it the golden tank, you know, the honey badger of crypto, because it cannot be killed in that regard. You know, go ahead.
We have moved up. I mean, you probably, I'm sure you guys got in a lot sooner than I did, but when I got in, it was right around 1 million. We're at 1.2 at the moment. So pretty nice move from there.
Super early anyway.
Super early.
Well, I mean, I think
Still
you guys,
super
anything around this mark here, $1 million market cap for what's going on here is a no-brainer.
Ground floor. I mean,
yeah,
you know,
ground floor.
I mean, in my, you know, personal opinion, I mean, anything under $1 is super, you know, super early for a project, you know, this caliber, right? But it's like, that's the thing. I feel like it was good from the start to where we are now with, you know, the all-time high, which was only like 53 cents, I believe, or 54 cents. I don't know. I forget, you know, to where we are now. So, you know, it's outpaced other projects, I would say, you know, in terms of volatility, and it's, you know, withstood. So it's like for something to be so tiny, I mean, you know, I'm here in California, just to give you guys a point of reference, you know, the average home here is $1.3, $1.4 million for starter. It's crazy,
man.
Right.
That's how it is here too.
Yeah. Where are you based at, Bruce?
Washington, D.C.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Same difference. Same difference,
Yeah.
just different coast. Yeah. So, you know, like it's, you know, a starting family home, that's the average price here. The whole market cap of this project is like that or a little bit less than that, with over 60% of locked and burned TVL forever. I mean, it's kind of mind-boggling. The more, you know, you look into it. Like, yeah, it's just amazing in that light.
Tell me a little bit about these different guys I'm looking at here. I mean, are these like, these aren't NFTs. These are just, this is just the representation of the meme Dogo. Is that right?
Yeah, it was more like the whole thing itself, like both Gold and Dogo, a community-driven thing. So we kind of within the community on Telegram shared different kind of pictures and memes and so on. We just came to conclusion that it was the best one, and then we just experimented on that more, and here we are.
And we're number Polka Gold anyway. What is it? Number 2 in the DeFi Algorand DeFi ecosystem. Is that right? In terms of liquidity and everything.
For sure, it was the most trending and the most and the biggest DeFi coin on Algorand at the moment.
It's only second to Algorand.
Only second to Algorand. That's what I thought. As I said it, I was like, "What do you mean number 2? They're number 1. It's number 1."
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think we're gonna have a great launch tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm glad that we were able to talk and to get this together. I can now push it out on my show and maybe afterwards, and you know, everything else. It'll live in infamy. It'll live in infamy, guys.
For me, like to summarize, Bruce,
yes,
if you
please.
let me, like I think that all and over, like people in crypto want to invest in something they believe in and then don't want to get screwed over, right? And this is one of the unique projects that has that in it, because you can't get screwed over, because 100% is released, the whole maximum is out there, liquidity is burned, so you have this floor. So this is one of the, let's say, most fair and safe cryptos where you can enter in. So do yourself a favor and buy some.
Do yourself a favor and buy some. And we're going to keep going here for a minute because I want to make sure. So it's Dogo.tech. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Let me update that.
By the way, Bruce, which Dogo do you identify with, you and Eric, out of the list?
I don't know. I thought that chick looked pretty nice. I don't identify as her though.
I'm talking about personality-wise. They each have a role.
They each have a role. I didn't have time to read it. The CFO. Who do we got? We got the excavation. Did I take this off? Let me share it again. So I'm looking at it here. We have. Here we go. Hold on. It's Dogo.tech. Let me finish this. Dogo.tech. Boom. Bam. Dogo.tech. Okay. So we have El Dogo the Suave. He's the founder and CEO. Well, this is obviously me. I mean, look.
Yeah. Dress down to the suit.
Then you have, yeah, you're right. There you go. He's even got one of those things hanging out of his pocket there, the handkerchiefs. Dogo the tech. He's the tech lead. We have Digger Dogo, evacuation operator, from digging in the dirt to striking crypto gold. Dogo, the P Gold collector. She is the CFO. We have P Gold, the Dogo collector, CFO as well, of buying P Gold and buy Dogo. We have Dogo the staker. I love it. I actually wanted to ask you. I'm going to add. That's my next question is about staking. Dogo the staker. Stake P Gold, buy Dogo, and eat steak dinners. When it comes to steak, he's the frog with the gourmet touch. Dogo the staker is the gourmet expert and staking enthusiast of the team with the passion for fine dining. Dogo The staker shows the community how to stake Dogo and turn their past rewards into a delightful feast of Dogo and the finest steak dinners. The Dogo lives in Cometa because when you're Dogo the staker, every reward is served with a side gourmet of goodness. Talk to me a little bit about the staking. How does that work for everybody?
So staking on a Cometa is probably the most seamless. So there's 2 staking rewards on there for P Gold. The first one, if my memory serves me correct, right now the APR is about 20% with 20-hour lockups. So what you do for that is you go to cometa.farm. You got to make sure you're in the right URL, by the way. I don't want anyone to get scammed or phished. So, for example, right, you go to Cometa, you connect either your Para or DFly wallet, right, with your P Gold on there, and you allocate whatever amount of P Gold you want, and there's a 20-hour lockup. So after that 20 hours, you have the choice to unstake, so you reap your reward, or you compound it and you let it sit for another 20 hours. Now, there's also another staking protocol on there that is a 300-day lockup. Okay, so now with that one, I believe currently it's about 42% APR, something mind-boggling. Definitely outpacing fiat currency in every regard, right?
Right.
In terms of savings. So for that one, you have to wait 300 days. You don't do anything. Just let it sit. And after the 300 days, you collect your interest. And Eric is our expert Polka Gold farmer. So he knows how the farming works better than me on Tinyman. Eric,
how do you farm? How do I become a farmer?
Yeah.
So basically, this is the easiest way, right? Most people will have their Polka Gold or Algo in either Para wallet or one of the Elrond wallets. You just connect and click farm and go. And the second thing is you have Tinyman, which is like another platform of Algorand where you can farm and reap rewards, basically. And what they basically do there is they actually kind of mimic these forever locked liquidities. So what you do there is you put in Algorand, that's the same amount as Polka Gold, and you put it in a pool. And then when people trade Algorand or Polka Gold, you get the percentage of the trading volume of that. And next to that, the Algorand Foundation also gives you rewards of having liquidity in that pool, as does the Polka Gold team itself. So basically, you can currently get something around 50% APR, which is then paid out in Algorand and Polka Gold. So you don't only get Polka Gold, but also Algorand back, and you get percent of the trading volume.
Nice.
So it's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, you're gonna have to help me out getting that set up.
So basically, just go to Tinyman, and then again you connect your Para wallet.
Tinyman. What's that?
Tinyman.org.
What is it?
Tinyman.org.
Tinyman.org.
And they have more like liquidity pools between Algorand and USDT, several ones.
Okay, so here we are, tinyman.org.
So you connect it to your, let's say, Para wallet, and then the same thing happens as with Cometa, but you can, let's say, enter into liquidity pool. So you add, I think at the bottom one, you can change the USDC to Polka Gold. And then you can.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. I'm just not.
Yeah, you can.
Probably
just click.
Probably
you
just have to
type it.
Probably have to connect my wallet.
No. You can do it even right now.
All right. How do I do it? Like that?
Yeah, and then do a backspace.
Okay.
Let me see. Then you can search. You can search for the whatchamacallit, the asset. Let me see.
The pair, but probably you still have first to connect your wallet. But basically, what you do is you match the amount of Algorand and the other asset, in this case, Polka Gold.
Yeah.
And then you get these rewards.
Okay.
So for this to work, you also would need Algorand, cannot only do it with Poker Gold alone.
Oh, okay. So you enter in the pool with like a pairing.
It's like a 50-50 split. Yeah.
Got it.
But the benefit is that you also then get paid out in Algorand. So basically, you get two assets back, Algorand and Poker Gold.
And what kind of payouts can you expect on that?
It's 50% API at the moment. So that's huge.
50% per year.
Per year. So if you would hold, let's say, 1,000 Algorand and 1,000 worth of Poker Gold in the same pool, then you will get 1,500 Algorand and 1,500 Poker Gold to that extent over a year. So you get 50% on your dollar, which is quite a lot.
It's a lot.
Just on a side note, I'd recommend you actually do it on your phone. That way it connects easier to the wallet, because if you do it on your browser on the computer, you have to create, it's going to redirect you to your mobile phone in a nutshell. So it's easier if you do it via Tinyman on your phone and use your Para wallet instead of the web browser.
Well, with my experience that I just had right there, I would agree with you.
Yeah. So I just wanted to throw that out there real quick. I don't want you thinking it's not working or it's down or anything like that.
Do it on the mobile. Yeah. So Dogo.tech, big launch tomorrow. When did Poker Gold launch? How long ago? It
was back in November 17th of 2023 or 15th. I forget, one of those.
So not even 1 year old.
Poker Gold, yeah, November 23, something like that, yeah.
Some one of those.
Yeah. November 23. So we're getting up there. Awesome. Well, guys, I think it's really cool. Obviously, I'm a big supporter. I've been talking about it every day. So we're going to continue pushing it. Looking for a good launch on Dogo. Can't wait to get some of that as well. And I'm going to start farming too. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, that sounds good. We should reconnect in let's say 6 months and see how we're doing.
We can reconnect in 6 months, or we can reconnect in a week or something like that. This, of course, was a longer segment. I wanted to go ahead and take some time and talk about it so that we have something that people can look at and say, okay, these guys are involved and they're pushing through this. And sometimes people just listen to stuff in the background. We're on TV as well. So like when you're on TV, people turn the TV on and it just kind of goes in the background. And it's a different experience than watching on the phone or having it on your headphones or something like that. So sometimes just a longer segment is important, but we can also just do a 7-minute or 10-minute segment. Don't think you're always in for an hour long.
Yeah, we could always do the catch up, the brief, the weekend review of Poker Gold for sure.
Yeah. Maybe we'll swing back. Let's see. Let's have a great launch, and then maybe we'll swing back in a week or so.
Sounds good. Well, thanks for your time now, and then let's see those green candles come.
You got it, brother. All right, talk to you guys.
Again, Bruce.
Cheers.
Take care.
See you.
Let's see those green candles, and that's exactly what's happened. We're seeing the green candles. So I am on a bit of a roll here. So I had a Dana White speech from yesterday queued up. But if you did grab some of the Dogo, you're already in a happy town. If you haven't, I think that it's going very well, and you should head on over there and do it. I did the video and everything like that, but maybe I'll post some links under my post in the X. So if you follow me on X, you can see that. But super excited about it. And these guys, they really have figured out kind of the liquidity portion of it. And with the DEXs, the way that the DEXs work, and those are the decentralized exchanges, you have the liquidity pools. And so since you have the liquidity pools, it makes things where you have real liquidity. I mean, that's the way it works. It's not just like some centralized exchange where, there might be, $100 or $1,000 in liquidity there. No. As this builds up, as this becomes more and more valuable, or less, okay, but we're of course betting on it going up, not financial advice. Then it moves up there. The more liquidity you get, so pretty interesting so far. The launch has gone great. I know that the guys are super excited. I've been kind of watching the main Twitters. Let me look at that real quick, just see if they have updated them at all. Before I get over here, I want to play Dana White's. He gave a fantastic 5-minute speech, and I want to play that as well. Okay, here we go. Dogo, the Dogo trading volume. Let me add this right here. Dogo and P-Gold trading volume is dominating the algo DeFi charts, approaching combined $500,000 in 24-hour trading volume, which is absolutely awesome. It is absolutely awesome. So here we go. You have the Dogo and the P-Gold right here. Pretty pretty interesting as it all starts to go. Right, it is really fun to watch. Let's see here. Total value locked in Dogo launching is a 1-to-1 ratio. This is beyond wild. We are less than 150,000 in TVL from overtaking chips to become the most liquid DeFi commodity on Algorand. Dogo is launched on Algo. All right. And then let's look over here at Dogo. Dogo's launched. All right. Yep. Okay. All right. All this is looking very good here. I have the speech queued up here from Dana White. Let's. This is from RNC last night.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth, because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'll choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, there you have it, guys. The full speech there from the big guy, Dana White. Dana White, what an amazing guy. I also wanted to show Hulk Hogan, because Hulk Hogan really killed it as well last night. I mean, just was absolutely amazing. Absolutely in all his glory. Hulk Hogan at RNC ripped off his shirt. Let me see here. All right, here he is. I got this queued up. Hulk Hogan, the great Hulk Hogan. If you're from my generation, you know this guy, unbelievable. Hulk Hogan. Let's see here. I think probably Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan. Here he is. Here it is. There it is. Let me just add this here. This is the full speech. The great Hulk Hogan. I grew up watching this guy. You might have too. I mean, he's just an absolute legend. Here he is, Hulk Hogan at the RNC last night.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was going to press that no good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years. and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next.
Hulk Hogan, the great Hulk Hogan. I mean, you know, these guys are legends. They're legends. All right. Let's see. Markets. The markets, I think, have the Bitcoin market has popped. Dow's down. Let's see here. Bitcoin popped up over 65. Some big buys coming in as well. That has turned most of the market up. A lot of green that we have here in the crypto markets. Really good stuff. Let's see here. Gold is still down. Gold with the down movement, as well as the stocks. Silver as well down. 2 percentage points, or almost 3 on silver. Oil's down slightly, about 0.5%. That has been moving up. It did pull back a little bit. Anyway, busy day. It's a busy Friday. We have a lot of work to do. I love doing the show, guys. Bitcoin 2024. Bitcoin 2024. Be there. Okay, be there. You get your tickets for Bitcoin 2024. Use the discount code Impact Money. It's right there. Bitcoin 2024 Nashville, July 25 through 27. Use the discount code. Get a 10% discount on the tickets. Impact Money. Impact Money, and we will continue to do that stuff. I hope you guys have a great weekend. We have an exciting week as well lined up for tomorrow. If you do want to talk to me, if you want to schedule an appointment, or you want to get on the show or something like that, use my Calendly right here. Impact Money. Love you guys. Let's end the Fed. Okay, let's end the Fed and let's get it done. Trump 2024. And we are out of here.
Your voice is powerful. When combined with social engagement, it's a force for change. Decentralized media paired with free speech is the catalyst for an empowered world and a unified, invaluable ecosystem. Join Global Boost, become a champion of free speech, and help to reshape the future of media.